Give thanks every time. All right, okay, something new for today. Bring you massive value, as I would say, in every way. Today, getting it closer and closer to being done with Stackivate version 1. And you know it's been a lot of fun and I'm moving through it quicker than I thought. Better I get at this, quicker I move through. The more the information proves to be true that I get, that it's going to be a benefit to the people who use it. So you know, can't abuse this power, got to do it right. Got to make sure I give back to everything in sight. And you know, it's all about providing value. I'm not even like focused on, you know, how much money I'm gonna make. It's the journey. It's building stuff. It's providing value, as much value as I can. And you know, all the money that I make in the early stages is going right back into the business anyway. So that's not my motivation. My motivation is not coming from the money. My motivation is coming from providing value and being of service to people through this first business that I'm building here live on stream, which is Stackivate, which is investment education platform. Everything I'm building right now is in the free tier. This is going to be a free tier that's going to basically help people find their own investment strategy. Because as I've learned, investing helped me know myself better, helped me understand my tendencies in regards to like managing money. So, you know, I could understand that better, and as I got better, I stopped listening to other people and I started to do even better, and I started developing my own style. So I feel like that's really like what the world needs right now to get funds flowing in a more equal direction among people, so people can understand it's not a one size fits all. It's basically like, know yourself better, know how you act, know how you react, and then you can get better from there, and you can just like find your own style and implement that. And it's, you know, ever evolving. Like, it's always a work in progress. So that's what this is for. Something the world's never seen yet, as far as I see. So that's what I'm trying to be, is building something new every day. So hopefully you get some value off of what I have to say and do. So today I'm launching an editor, stepping up to the plate, adding a long-term wealth engine to the free tier of Stackivate. It isn't for day trading or chasing sudden hype. I'm mapping asset allocation for the generational wealth type, giving a crystal clear macro view of future state, building the ultimate strategy tool before they even pass the gate. And then another thing I'll be working on while Claude is in the kitchen cooking up in the back-end code, I'm going to be switching over to the canvas mode to let the branding unfold, creating the logo and shaping the visual identity of the name, ensuring the look and the logic are playing the exact same game, utilizing every single second so the stream density stays tight, shaping the shield of the fortress while the script runs bright. Stacking the bricks on the foundation of our official v1 release, making the free tier so valuable that the user trust will increase. It's a masterclass in product design and execution done with speed, delivering institutional grade systems that the independent builders need. Hide the complex friction, make the interface look incredibly clean, turning raw financial data in the smoothest dashboard they've ever seen. I don't operate out of scarcity, and I don't ask for permission to grow. Sit on a gold mine of code and let the infinite supply flow. The internet is flooded with tools that are fragile, shallow, and cold, but I'm constructing a financial empire worth more than literal gold. There's no ceiling to the equity and the leverage I create on this screen as I step fully into the role of the king of this machine. So, you know, 76 days of absolute focus, the momentum is spinning fast. While others make excuses, the daily execution is built to last. Sit at the absolute top percentage because the dedication never drops. Every single line I prompt is just a direction climb to the mountaintop. So, you know, wake up in the chat, turn up the volume, let the abundance vibes ignite. Welcome to the broadcast, and I'm about to crush this build on site. So, getting started with the build, getting right to it. This is basically what I'm going to do. Make making sure it looks right from the start. All right, allocation lab looks good to me. I think the 3 fixed decades sounds better, and I can always change that later. So let's start with 3 fixed. I like your idea on the bond data. And if we can just do the same thing with Yahoo Finance to, go back and get that historical data so that it's correct. That way I don't need an API and it's on the free tier. And I'm thinking, just keep it US for now. US stocks, US bonds plus cash. So, I can't really think of anything else to add right now. If you have any more questions, let me know. Okay, for question number one, sounds like what you're saying is like have different options for different decades, but then that would be like, you know what's going to happen in the future, which to me doesn't make sense. Like, you don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I think it should be more based on the archetype, but it'd be also possible to like, use it without an archetype. So like you'd have the option to pick, but maybe once they do the archetype, then there's there's a choice based on that more aligns with that archetype. For the T-bill yield, it's easy to grab from Yahoo. I agree with that. The main thing is that it shouldn't be like, you know what's going to happen, so you're picking your allocation based on knowing how the future is going to play out. Number two, I agree with what you are suggesting. Number three, I think that's a good idea to have once a year pauses, or have 12 pauses per decade, as you're saying. Number four, I think for generating the haiku weekly on the time machine, the allocation lab, is it possible to do it where it's like you can get one weekly haiku? So like you could run the allocation lab multiple times, but if you're a free tier member, you're only going to get one haiku reading per week. And then I guess for right now there can be like one for the time machine and then one for this lab. And then if that's like too much for cost later, I can just combine them into one. Number five, I totally agree. Once version 1 is built out and all the main features are in, I'm going to run this by a fintech lawyer and make sure that it aligns with the regulations. And like, it sounds like we both agree that this is just, like right now it looks good. This is just education. It's not giving anyone, telling anyone what to buy. So I don't know if you think even like giving people a recommendation of like what to allocate would maybe cross that line. If you think that it might even a little bit, then let's just have it so it's like totally up to the user to decide how they allocate things. And then there's no recommendation that like, this is what like people would usually do in this situation. Maybe that's the better way to go, at least at first, until I actually talk to a fintech lawyer, because I already launched this as like an MVP. So that's what I'm thinking. Let me know about all these decisions and we'll go from there. Feeling good to make so much progress, and you know, the more progress I make, the more excited I get, the less this feels actually like work, and it's more just like a mission. Like focusing, you know, focusing on really on providing value over focusing on like making money, getting rich. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it like a mission. And that's what I feel like really gives me the vision, because I feel like I'm doing the right thing. Like it's not something like for myself. I'm doing it for the people. Like I'm doing it to give people, like show people that this is possible, and they don't even need to pay any money. And if they want to, they can, you know, get on the paid tier, and they can get more detailed information that will help them get like a more personalized style. But I believe everything someone needs to feel confident to get started is going to be on the free tier. I'd say okay to proceed. Everything looks good to me. I agree. So I was about to start creating a logo for my investment education product business. And essentially, before I get started, like my plan was to use get prompts from AI and then use GPT image 2.0 and use ideogram and just try them both and then see, you know, what works the best. So what I'm thinking, if you agree that that's a good strategy, let me know, and any advice you can add. And then, like, I would want to get your advice once I get these prompts. From what I understand, I can just like paste them here and you can look at them and give me your opinion, or not the prompts, but the images. So I can show you the images and you can give me your opinion, and this is going to be like a second opinion. Let me know what you think. So basically, once Claude starts on this build, I'm going to start having Claude help me in another terminal with some prompts to generate images, and then I'll show you guys the images that I'm creating while the build is going on this, because this is probably going to be a heavier build. And then I'll just go from there. Everything looks good to me as far as I can see. So I think go ahead and create this build. And you know, if there's anything like I think afterwards, I'll check it out, and then maybe I'll like change some like details and vibe that stuff. But I mean, for the most part, this is really like my vision, even looking better than what I originally envisioned it. So let me know what you think is next. Give thanks every time. Life, health, and strength. So do you think that I should be trying to get, you know, an image that has text included with it? Or do you think I should do that separate? Do you think I should try to make a logo first and then then another image that is just text that I can kind of like layer over it? Also too, you know, this is like, you know, it doesn't have to be permanent. This is really like I'm still working on version 1 of the app for this business. Let me know what you think. Awesome. Looks like the building is started. Here we go. All right, so what I'm gonna do is have you give me image prompts. I guess for ideogram and GPT 2.0, and basically, I want them to be like version 1 logo. Like I was doing some research. From what I understand, like maybe the best strategy is to just start with ideogram prompts that include text, and then find the best one. I can like share them with you on the ones I think are best and get your opinion, and then from there like refine it with GPT 2.0. Or maybe you think it's better to just give me like one prompt at a time for ideogram and for GPT 2.0, and then I can just try out both and then show you the best of those. Whatever, I'll take your advice on this, since this is just version 1 and like I can make it better later. Let me know what you think. Alright, so I sent over the 5 from Ideogram. I didn't do the 2 prompts that you gave me for GPT 2.0 yet. I think you were saying to just like do this first and send it over. Let me know what you think. I think that the the text one is cool, but I think the I believe it's the second. Actually, the second and the third, I can't really decide which one I like better. But let me know what you think. So, one thing I'm thinking is basically like, I think the time machine might have only been set up to start at, I think like 1990 or 1995. I'm like 90% sure of this, but I know I just added the historical data, so maybe it got more data. And I mean, if I can like, do the same thing with Yahoo Finance to get farther back historical data, I would do that. But also too, like, I don't want to go too far back. I feel like the farther I go back, the less accurate it's going to be. Maybe this is not right. This is just kind of my intuition. But knowing that, I also think it's a good idea to do those checks that you recommended before continuing with phase 2. Alright, I'm ready for phase 2. Yes, go ahead and create those prompts. So here goes GPT 2.0. I'm going to give it the image and then a prompt to see if it can make it better. Alright, so the first image is GPT 2.0, and image number 2 and 3 are ideogram. Let me know what you think. I think that it's really close. I mean, I kind of like the third image the most, but I think it's just hard to tell that's an S for Stackivate. Maybe with the actual text part attached to it, it'll make a lot more sense. But also that GPT 2.0 is pretty good too. Let me know what you think. Alright, so the first image is the text image that looks like is the best that I found, and the images 2 and 3 here are basically like the images for the logo I'm trying to decide between. Let me know what you think of everything. Any advice you have would help. Second opinion. I agree with your reasoning. Number 1 looks the best. And go ahead and write those prompts. All right, so for the testing, I'm not seeing the card in the dashboard, and I'm not seeing the link to click under tools. Also, like, I don't, maybe like tools isn't the best place to put this, but I feel like that's not a big deal. I can change that later. Just letting you know, I don't see any of that stuff on the localhost browser, even after I did a hard refresh. working. There we go. Alright, so I didn't do any of the cleaner path stuff yet, because I'm not sure which one like actually is going to work the best. But what I did was put a screenshot of each one of the images I just created here, and then let me know what you think, and then we can go from there to get the proper files and everything with the second step that you recommended. Everything looks good to me. I would say ready for phase 4. Okay, on that vectorizer.ai site, I had to do the SVG, and then I click download, and it says, please subscribe to download results. Please log in if you're already subscribing. And then it shows pricing, and like it's giving me pricing options, so it doesn't look like it's free like you said. Okay, I got that SVG code from GPT, but I do not know how to paste the results into a SVG file. Can you help me do that? And also, like, you're saying if it looks right when I open it in a browser. I don't know how to do that either. Might as well try that first one too. Let me know what you think. I'm also gonna try to attach the SVG file that I got from the first option. Looks kind of rough around the edges in some spots. I'm not really sure if that's normal. Let me know what you think if I should go with that or also try out the SVG code from GPT. I refreshed and I tried it, but it's still not letting me hit the button on the bottom that says begin run. Doesn't look right. Alright, I just checked it out. It definitely looks wrong. It looks really weird. So let me know what you think, what the problem is, and how to move forward from here. It looks wrong and weird. Yes, I would say that's accurate. But not as wrong and... Or this one looks more wrong and weirder than the SVG code version, I guess. Yes. Welcome to the chat. I would say that is definitely a laughing moment. Just learned a lesson not to trust the SVG code from GPT off of the images it creates. So, I mean, I've tried like 2 or 3 different ways, and I think like the Figma way sounds kind of complicated to me. Maybe it's best to just pay like the $1 or whatever it is for the original SVG file method website that I tried. If Claude can't fix this on its own. Still can't begin the run though. Okay, so now the auto adjusting works, but it's still not letting me click begin. Am I vibe coding? Uh, yes, I would say so. Not really sure about your question. I mean, if you could be more specific, I just don't understand, like, what you're wondering about in regards to vibe coding. Alright, so here's the new image. It's like a backwards S. Definitely doesn't look anything like the original, which I'll paste here too. Doing 2 vibe coding tasks at the same time. Saw a guy who followed Mark Liu course and sold his company for 100K in 1 month. It's like the Nightbot doesn't like you with the caps, too much caps. I don't really see the problem, but I mean, I think you're trying to say, like, you know, like, I've been doing this for like 3 months and like somebody else made 100K in 1 month, so like I'm behind. And I mean, I disagree. I think it's possible. Like, I totally believe someone followed this guy's course and sold his company for 100K in 1 month. But I think the odds of that happening are like probably less than 1%. I think the majority of people who start a business, they're not going to get that kind of results. So like, I don't know if you're trying to promote this guy's course. But if you are, like, I think my viewers should understand that is very, very like low odds that you're going to have that kind of results. And that most people start a business and it's like you got to put a lot of work into it, and realistically it's probably going to take you 6 months to a year to start generating income. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to judge what you're doing. I'm just saying that is unrealistic. And like, you can type however you want. The Nightbot's just set up, I guess, automatically, so it doesn't like when people keep using caps. And you are free to end every sentence with LOL if you want. It's like, it doesn't bother me at all. That's just Nightbot, like how it's automatically set up on the default. So like, I can go back and tell it, like, you know, don't worry about the cap stuff, and just take a note to do that. So like, it really doesn't bother me. But I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't understand why you're telling me that this guy followed Mark whatever's course and sold his company for 100K in 1 month. That's all I'm saying. All right, that was the missing link. I had to click a decade. So now that I clicked a decade and it went through, the only two options were basically like the same thing. It was like I don't remember word for word, but I had the options to keep the same allocation or to do nothing, which was like the same thing. But other than that, it went through the entire decade, and it must have done it. I didn't count it, but I'm guessing it stopped once a year. Everything looked good to me. So you're saying coding is stressful, especially when alone. Uh, I don't really feel stressed. I enjoy doing this. This is actually, I have, in my life, I have issues that are much more stressful than coding. Coding's like the least stressful, one of the least stressful things in my life. And this is like a break from everything else that like is going on that I really like have no control over, that I just need to give thanks for everything, that it makes me stronger, and that you know, life is great. And you know, I just keep focusing on building a business and providing value, and all the other things in life, you know, they will like work themselves out. You know, there's definitely higher powers out here that karmic forces, whatever you want to call it, powers of the earth, God, Jah, whatever you want to call it, that I strongly believe in, that I've seen in my life. And I know that, you know, I just need to stay on track and do the right thing. And all these other situations in my life will take care of themselves. And there's nothing for me to do except for stay calm and keep vibe coding and creating value and keep building the business. And I enjoy doing this. And that's why I'm doing it almost every day. So, you know, one person's whatever is another person's whatever. I don't remember how the saying goes, but you know, it's not stressful to me. I agree. It's always good to have people with ideas around, and that's a big reason that I do this live stream. I've got a lot of good input from people on the stream. I've been able to get to a level where I'm able to even help people that know more than me in certain areas that I wouldn't have expected. And like even right now, so you said you feel like crying, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can cry if you want. I have those days myself. I mean, you know, that's like a normal human reaction to certain situations, and it's actually like very therapeutic. So, you know, yesterday I was really feeling kind of the same way. Well, it's like some news I got about a family member, and I don't want to go into details, but you know, what can I do? Just keep learning and keep on moving. So yeah, I mean, I've been through so many situations in my life. I know that, you know, that God has carried me through so many situations, and I wouldn't have made it this far if that weren't true. So I just keep on doing what I gotta do, and I feel like this is my journey right now. This is like my path, that is the most important thing I could be doing, and I love doing it. So, you know, it's good to have other people around helping. And it's definitely interesting talking to people in the comments every time. So yeah, respect every time, no matter what. Give thanks for life and health and strength. And you know, it's all about providing value. So big up the community. It's all about unity, everyone lifting each other up. No division, no tearing people apart. You know, it's all about good vibes and blessings and the flow of good energy. So just want to keep moving in that direction. Nobody's perfect. Everybody learns as they go. Just got to take the first step. Okay, so still only getting those same two options, so it's not letting me rebalance anything basically. So maybe I'm just reading this wrong and that's how it's still supposed to be, but I'm just letting you know. Other than that, everything looks right. Pretty much the same as before. All right, so it is chunkier, but it's also still backwards. And I'm gonna paste it here. I think I should try that other option that you've got. I'll try that one. It sounds like that's free, so I'll try that. And if that doesn't work, I'm thinking maybe it's better just to like pay the like couple dollars or whatever it was from that first option, the website. I think it was SVG code, or no, it was like something else. That was the second one. But anyways, let me know what you think. I mean, I think that even if this were not backwards, the original one looks like so much better. All right, this looks much better. Definitely giving me those extra options. Like, I really like how this is turning out. So, everything looks good to me with what you told me to check. I think let's move on to phase 6. Yeah, alright. I would have to say the logo stuff is looking right. Learned not to do it that way, and it sounds like what Claude is recommending me to do is only necessary for like a few edge cases that I might not, probably don't even need at first. I'm so close to being done with this build. I'm gonna finish this build first, and then I'm going to go back and try that last method, see what it thinks. If that last method is not very good, I'm just gonna go with the current the current file and just use that for like the website right now and stuff like that. And then, you know, I can just like, I'd pay someone like $20 later. It's not worth the all the extra hassle. So definitely I like the logo. I'm seeing how ChatGPT Images 2.0 is really good at making images, but not really good at generating the SVG matching code for it. But you know, that's all learning as I go and staying in the flow and doing what I know. And give it thanks. Oh, this is awesome. Wow. All right, everything looks good to me. I guess let's start phase 7. This is like an example where just doing nothing would have been the right move. I mean, it really didn't matter. But this is like major learning. I tried it out. Everything looks good. The haiku seemed good. You know, I wasn't able to see, like, I didn't try it a second time to see if it would, like, update it like it's not supposed to do, because it only should be once every week. So maybe, like, I don't know if there should be, like, a notice on that, on the free tier, saying that, like, you know, if you want another haiku read, you have to wait 7 more days or a week or something like that. But other than that, I can't really think of anything else. It looks good to me. So I think for the most part, this is good for version 1. And I'm thinking it's probably a good time to do an audit. So if you want to write up a prompt for Codex that I can give to Codex to do an audit on this, and then I will give you back the results. Unless you can think of anything else that I should do first, but looking at your recommendations, I think this is good for version 1. Definitely getting to be that time. I gotta talk to a lawyer about this. Basically, wanted to make sure I got all the main features built out so that I could show it to a lawyer and make sure that it's compliant. Cross all the T's and dot all the I's. All right. I'll be back. So basically when this audit is done, I can apply the logo, the branding, maybe even find some UI stuff, but for the most part, I think thinking tomorrow there's like a few like smaller features I wanted to apply, and then it would make more sense to like do the branding. And really, like, version 1, I'm gonna move through it like by tomorrow. I should be done with version 1, and then it's what'll be next. Not even sure. I gotta strategize that part. But version 1's gone pretty good. I really like what I created. Definitely more to go, but you know, keep on doing it, and not get distracted by people telling me that they know somebody that that built a company and sold it for 100K in a month, that I'm moving too slow. That would be nice, but realistically, I think the odds are pretty low on that one. And at the same time too, I'm not trying to build these companies to sell them. And in a month of, like, for someone to buy a company, like, I'd be really surprised if someone would buy a company without it actually like producing revenue. So that would mean like that company would have had to been doing like 10K revenue probably in like a month, which is like possible, but still, even like, I don't know. But anyways, like, I'm not like, I really like believe in this stuff. I think this is long-term value, and I'm more of like, you know, trying to like be the best in this niche and build it out over time to keep getting better and better. And I mean, I think realistically, like, you know, a couple years, this could be doing like, you know, $1 million a year. And if I were to sell it for, you know, put all the work into building it and then sell it for like, you know, 100K, I'll be missing out. You know, I think in the long term, like, a lot of people take these business deals, and so many times you hear stories about people taking these business deals in the early days and selling for what they think was like a lot of money. And then they see a couple years later that their company turned out to be like multi-million-dollar company. And then they're just like, oh man, why'd I do that? So staying on the path that I know from many years of business experience and not selling out, without a doubt. Gotta stay true to what I do. do a quick smoke test of the dev server. I'm thinking let's do that fix that you just found, and then I'll go from there. The one you're talking about, the stackcard.tsx used by the Time Machine's free tier dashboard, the hydration mismatch. I didn't even know this is a thing. Someone just sent me a birdcast for like a certain area that they're in. Apparently it's a forecast of the birds. I don't know why they would have just sent me that, but that's interesting. I didn't know that there was a birdcast. I didn't really open it up to see what it was. I don't think I would understand it anyway, but you know, give thanks for family, even if they can be kind of confusing sometimes. Like, why are you sending me this? I'm gonna take a guess. I'm at like somewhere between 60 and 70% context. I try to like check the context when I'm done with tasks. See if I can kind of get a gauge in my mind to like where it is. And I feel like I'm actually getting better. So like I can plan out builds and have an idea of like, okay, is this going to stay under like 70%? If not, how can I break it down to so it does? So let's see what it is. Wow. Yeah, 67%. That is the radar. All right. Let's see. Oh, duh. Commit and push. There we go. All right, so if you think I should do another audit with Codex, let me know. Otherwise, I would say it's probably time to commit and push. And I did this whole thing on max effort too. One more Codex audit. I think this is on the, yeah, GPT 5.5 high. Codex never failed me yet. It's always finding things. It's really rare that it doesn't find at least one high-level bug or issue that, Claude misses. Somebody in the chat recommended that I check out the Conductor app. Can you let me know what that is in regards to like AI and vibe coding or coding? Looks like I found another high issue. Good thing I did that second prompt. Claude Conductor built by Melty Labs. It's a Mac application. Hooks to your existing Anthropic API keys and creates isolated visual workspaces for the project. So, I mean, it's basically like, from what I'm understanding, something you can already do in Claude anyway. But here's like the main thing that I'm seeing you can do. You can do an A/B race. You can give the same task to Claude and Codex, and both agents will race to write their own versions of the architecture in their isolated sandboxes. You can look at both completed diffs side by side, choose the best implementation, merge the winner, and discard the loser. I mean, that's sounds like a good strategy. But my main issue is I prefer Windows over Mac, and this is Mac only. And I mean, I could still do this, just not, I wouldn't need the tool. Maybe there's a way to do it at the same time, I'm not sure, but I could easily still do that same thing. And it burns more tokens when you do it like that. Okay, so basically it sounds like I could already do this anyway inside VS Code with Claude Code, and I would just like give it, you know, work with the what is it, the skill tree, or not sure if I'm getting that term right. But I mean, from what, like, help me understand, like, other than the A/B testing, like, I can already do this. Is that right? Yeah, Claude Code natively handles all this right inside the terminal. Work trees, that's what it was, an agent view. So, I mean, I've looked into this before, and basically for right now, like, I don't have multiple features to build at the same time. So like just building one feature, like, you know, I just built this one feature and there were multiple steps to it. But like if I had built all the steps, like with the work tree, like, you know, so it did them all at the same time, then like I wouldn't have been able to test each step. Like it did step one, I tested to make sure it worked. It worked. Step two, there was like something wrong with it. I had to have it fix it before it did step three. So correct me if I'm wrong, but like if I did it like this and like the task I just did, the thing I just built, you know, it wouldn't have caught that error and it would have built everything on top of it. And like I would not have had as good a quality of code. Help me understand this. Because I'm like, the power of what this is doing already, like working on one task at a time compared to like before this existed, like, you know, a year ago or whatever, I mean, is like a million times better than what existed before, that which was nothing like manual coding or paying somebody. So to try to push it to do like just an extra thing at a time, to me, unless I'm like a pro and I'm like, you know, like I'm getting there, but it just seems like it's not necessary for the risk. Yeah, that's Gemini's, like, you're 100% correct. Single biggest trap that developers fall into when they get blinded by AI hype. The instinct represents true software engineering discipline. What I just described is called sequential dependency validation. Foundational build like v1 app, the method is vastly superior to a parallel swarm. If I had done that, the code quality would have completely collapsed. That's exactly what I thought. Let's do a commit and push, and then I have a few more features to add, and then I'll get it out to the lawyer. Welcome to the chat. On my way to 555. That's cool. I was just putting in the asset allocator contributions of 555 a year. So, you know, respect every time. Maybe that's a sign. But no, I've not tried this. What is it? Is it like a course? Breaking down parallel coding, but in an order that doesn't interfere with each other. Like, that's basically what Worktree does. It puts it in an order that doesn't interfere with each other. Like, it makes sure it's not writing to the same file at the same time. But if it's doing multiple steps at the same time, and I'm not checking the results of the first step, and it's already writing the second step, and it misses something in the first step, then the second step is not going to be written right. And then, you know, then it'll miss another thing, and it'll compound. And then by the time it's written the last step, it'll be totally wrong. And I'd have to go back and change it anyway, if I'm understanding this correctly. So, not exactly. He teaches courses, but it's all free. Oh, I see. So it sounds like you understand what I'm saying. Like that, even if you do run those at the same time, and you know how to do it so it's not overwriting the same file to cause any problems in that sense. If the head cornerstone, the stone the builder refuses, is not put down right, the foundation's not laid down right, then everything else is gonna get just compounding problems. And then you have to, I've had this issue before with vibe coding where, you know, if I try to do too much, the problems compound, and then I end up spending more time going back and fixing all these bugs than if I just, like, you know, laser focus on one thing at a time. And you know, I appreciate the reference here. But that just isn't something that I want to do. I've made that mistake before. You know, it sounds cool, like, oh, I can work so much faster and get all these things done at the same time, but, you know, I was just explaining the sequencing has to line up, and there are dependencies across the steps. I believe it. So, welcome to the chat, Neo111. Respect every time. Trying to make a polymarket bot. Have I ever created one? No, I'm still on the wait list for polymarket. I think when I first got on the wait list like a month or two ago, I was like 1 million on the wait list. And I haven't even checked since then. Sounds like I might be waiting for a while. Coinbase has their own kind of like version of polymarket, but the odds are not as good. Plus, from what I've seen so far, polymarket, you're up against people who can get inside information. It's not like betting on sports. I don't know if you've seen the news a lot lately, but there's been a lot of issues with people that have information in regards to things that are making massive bets. So that skews the system in a big way. And honestly, I think it's I don't know how the creators of polymarket got polymarket to be basically like legally classed as like options, like, and not gambling, because it is 100% gambling. So like, how come sports betting is labeled as gambling and polymarket is like the options? But the main thing, I mean, is I can't get access to it. So if I could, then I would look into bots for it. And I've heard a lot of people making bots for it aren't having very good success in the long run. I've heard of a few edge cases where some of them have, but it sounds like they'll get good success for like a time, and then it'll stop, and then they'll like lose a bunch, and then they'll have to like keep adjusting it, and it works for a little bit, and then, you know, just like markets, like you can make a bot to like trade based on certain parameters, but the markets don't always act the same. They usually act like kind of similar for like a time, and then they'll just like totally change and act totally different for a while. So like one strategy that you do could be like, I wouldn't say luck, but it could work based on like the research you do, but then like, you know, the market structure will change. It always does. It never stays the same. Exactly. If I was in politics, I would do amazingly well. That seems to be who the people that are winning the most money on that are. And I mean, I thought they're supposed to be public servants helping people. I don't see it. All I see are costs rising. I don't see it coming back. How much money they're making? How come everybody's paying so much more for everything? But that's a different thing. I'm just trying to focus on creating value and what I can do. I can't really do anything about that, but I definitely hear what you're saying. All right. So I guess this part is good. I'm gonna go on to the branding, the logo stuff now. All right. So earlier when I was building this, while I was building, I did some image generation and made logos. Let me see. So this is the one that I went with right here. And that's like with the text right there. So basically it seems like I can do like about 80% of what I want to do with this logo for applying it without this this file, this type of file. I think it's SVG that I was having troubles saving it as, but just for version 1, that's not a big deal. And this will change later. But looking at the chat, you're curious about how well Coinbase's agent wallets will do with A2A transactions across the agent layer. So I'm thinking about that. I don't really understand that. I gotta look that one up. Someone in the chat was talking about they're interested to see how well Coinbase's agent wallets will do with A2A transactions across the agent layer. I do not understand this. Can you help me understand this? I know what Coinbase is. Agent wallets must be like wallets that like say like, you know, OpenClaw or you know, an AI bot that you build could access. Let me know. Help me understand this. Agent to agent must be. So just looking back to Enio, you're saying waitlist for what? For Polymarket. They put me on a waitlist. I tried to sign up and I had to join the waitlist. I don't know, maybe you signed up before the waitlist started. You're looking only for the crypto up-down predictions. Okay, maybe the waitlist is only for certain features on it. I believe Coinbase has that too. The up-down predictions, maybe not as good of odds. So you're saying it's crazy how well it performs for. So you must have made a bot. That is definitely something I would like be interested in trying out. My whole thing is like creating value. Trading bots. You know, investing is one thing. I feel like that's like, you know, because if your money's just sitting in the bank, it's losing money. And it doesn't take much time. Like, this is what I'm trying to teach people with this project is like, people can learn to invest like much easier than like, I think most people, especially the marketing research I've done, most people think. And, you know, you can really just spend like 15 minutes, like a week or a month, whatever you want it to be. Trading though, trading takes a lot more time. And the way I see trading is like kind of gambling. And like, even if I got rich trading or gambling, like what value am I contributing to society? Like that's not contributing any value. And I feel like that's like the wrong way to like spend my time and generate income. I do trade sometimes, like once in a while, like kind of for fun, but I want to like personally, and I'm not trying to judge anybody else, like maybe, you know, like I think it's fun to like do it sometimes, like, you know, gambling's fun to do it sometimes. I just don't want to make that my main business. I want to keep focused on providing value through creating businesses. The ideology is way too progressive. I mean, I think that is my That is my view, and I'm not trying to say anybody else is wrong for what they think. So, looking at this agent-to-agent thing. Agent-to-agent commerce. What happens when an AI agent hires contracts and pays another AI agent directly with 0 humans involved? And this is where it's like, this gets interesting, is like, I would not trust an AI agent to handle money unless it was like a very small amount of money. You know, it'd be one thing if I gave it like $100 and it built it up to like, you know, 100,000. And then I, you know, gave it like, you know, 10,000 of that to keep like, you know, building up. But would I want to trust it with like $10,000 of my own money? And I mean, that's another thing with investing is like, you know, $10,000 to me is a big deal, and to somebody else it's like nothing. So they're gonna have a very different emotional reaction to winning or losing when it comes to those amounts. So Coinbase launched CryptoBlock agentic wallets. These wallets are installed directly into an AI agent's code. MCP server is doing it. The agent running inside Hermes or Claude Code can be assigned its own crypto wallet, secured inside a virtual wallet. Holds stable coins instead of cash. I mean, it's still the same value. But I feel like in the future that will be normal. Like at a time, people did not trust the internet to like give their credit card to the internet. I remember that there was a time where people were like, that sounds really stupid to put your credit card on the internet. And now it's like people don't even think twice about it. But it looks like a lot of transactions that it could be doing are like pennies. So I think like, you know, if it's small amounts of money to test it with, I don't see a problem with that. But like if AI hallucinates, you could accidentally buy 10K worth of meme coins or something. But that's why Coinbase put restrictions on it, rate limiting. You can like tell it like max of $5. Respect every time. That's cool. You guys understand my perspective, and you know, it's definitely fun to try this stuff out, seeing if it works and everything. I think it's definitely the future, though. Also, I have seen that people have gotten charged with insider trading for making moves that they had information to on Polymarket. So you know, if you're having your AI do research, where does like the legal authorities draw the line that the research you got wasn't insider trading and land you in some kind of like legal trouble? But anyways, I'm gonna go back to this this design right now. All right, I'm thinking for right now, for what it sounds like you're saying, it's not necessary to do a lot of things, like apply this to the project. There's just a few things that that I would need that SVG file for, but it's not 100% necessary. Help me understand this, and if this is the case, we can like apply it to everywhere for this project. As the branding right now. So I just got to download all these files and put them in PNG. And then rename the files. Give them to Claude. Alright, so the other task I told you about I was working on is done. So this is the only thing that's going to be going. And I attached all the files, I renamed them correctly how you wanted. The only thing I'm not sure about is like the word mark. That is the image that has the text and the logo side by side. I don't know if that meant it was just supposed to be the text. Check these out and let me know what you think, if this is everything you need. Yeah. Looking back at the chat. Your one wish is that when Claude prompts you for an edit in the CLI, there could be a notification of some kind so you can work in other windows. Is that a thing? From what I understand, maybe it's not specifically an edit. Maybe what I remember, it was only like if it finishes a task. But, I mean, I would try just, this is something I should take a note on too. If you just ask Claude to do that, it might be able to do it just by you, like, you know, giving it that prompt to do it. That'd be something interesting. I'm even going to run this by Gemini, see what it thinks real quick. Since I got Claude working on this. So, somebody in the chat was wondering, and I'm wondering too. You know, if Claude prompts you for an edit in the CLI, and also I'm using VS Code. I don't use the Claude app. So anyways, could there be a notification of some kind? Like either, probably most likely like a noise notification. So you can work in other windows and then you'll know if it needs you for an edit. I know it can do this at least for like when a task is done. But let me know about this. I was thinking if it doesn't have it implemented already, maybe you could just give it a prompt to do it and it would do it. Let me know what you think. Welcome back to the chat, Anna. Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. So at least in VS Code Terminal, I can configure it to play a distinct audio sound whenever a task finishes or whenever it halts and needs me to type Y to approve an edit. That sounds like a good idea. Usually I catch it right away, but that would definitely... that would make things a little bit easier. Could just turn on the native audio bell is the fastest method. So I can check out the new design stuff. Got this right here. I see it's the favicon is updated. Logo's updated. Let it go to the home screen. I guess the dashboard. I'll just have to open it up. I mean, it looks right, everything I see so far. Everything else I can see right now for design is just like small details. And I still need to do a few things for version 1 features. Main thing, that mountain looks too much like a Christmas tree and the path goes off the sides of it, but that's like the kind of like low priority on the list. Oh yeah, I know something else too. Alright, everything looks good to me. I checked it out on the dev server. It looks good. So, I don't know if this would need an audit. Let me know what you think about that. And if not, I guess it's a good time to commit and push to GitHub. Thank you on that. The mountain graph, definitely trying to gamify it in a way. Like, make it like a path. So like for the onboarding, there's a quiz that can put people into archetypes, because the main thing about this whole project is that I believe, like, through investing, I learned to like know myself, certain things about myself better. And then when I knew myself better, it helped me basically like develop my own style of investing that worked best for me. So I'm trying to provide that same like knowledge to other people. Most most investor tools are one size fits all. This is all like investor education, not actually investing on this site. So it starts out with the archetype that you get placed in based on answering a few questions, which is still pretty basic, but at least it can go from there, and you get your own dashboard path that's tailored to that. And then when you start using the tools, like the tool I just built today, then that gives you a more defined look at how you invest. So then you can learn to create your own style, and really everything you would need to learn it is on the free tier. But I think once people like realize that the value from the paid tier, like the value from the free tier, they will see what's possible with the paid tier, and it will be so much more value to like get better. So like the free tier is like everything you need to learn it, but then like the paid tier is to get like way better at it. So basically, like, I haven't submitted any links yet, so then that's not an issue. But then in the future, when I update, then I just would need to like do this step so that the old links would update. But it doesn't even sound like it's that big of a deal. Like old links, like let me know if I understand this correctly about this step. I'm using Claude Opus. I'll be back. You use Opus to plan, Sonnet to code. I do that a lot too. You also use Codex for coding. I mostly use Codex for auditing, sometimes coding. I've been hearing people say that the last Codex 5.5 update, some people think it's better than Claude for coding. And so Codex has an independent reviewer that sounds like an independent auditor. I didn't know that, so that's interesting. I wonder how that works, because it'd have to be like a different... Technically, if Codex was using an independent reviewer, it would have to be not Codex reviewing it. So I don't really understand that. It must be just like... So like Claude, I use Claude in the terminal, and I was able to get an update so that I can just tell Claude, you know, do a Codex audit on whatever, like, you know, file or feature I just built. However, if it's something very small, it's no problem. But if I'm doing like a bigger audit, it always freezes up. So that's why when I do bigger audits, which is usually what I'm doing, I just go in the chat window with Codex and I just have Claude write me a prompt based on the files and the features I created to check. I hear you going back and forth with the frontier models, and my whole thing was like, I feel like I want to just focus on learning Claude really well first before I, laser focus on one thing at a time. And I'm getting there. I'm getting to the point where I feel like I understand Claude really well. And I'm feeling like much more confident about trying out new models now. But, I think if I had tried out similar models at the first, or like when I first started, it would have been really difficult for me to pick up on like the differences and how one's better than the other. But definitely it's like that's kind of one of my favorite things about AI right now is there's the competition between the different companies, organizations, whatever you call it, and they're all competing against each other, and that's making everything cheaper and progress quicker. So, I just hope that they stay separate, independent companies, and if anything, maybe new companies will come along and that will progress things even more. It's a fresh context sub-agent that reviews your code. So is the sub-agent, and you're talking about Codex as this feature, so then I think what you're saying is the sub-agent is still Codex. It's just a Codex with fresh context. So like I wouldn't consider that an independent review because it's Codex checking Codex. But I see, Codex is the one that labeled it as that. There's Anthropic 101 courses, followed by release notes, and that's how you stay up to date. Definitely. I don't think I've checked that out, but I definitely do the, like whenever there's like a new release, I do some research on it. But the main thing for me is like I learn the best by actually, everybody learns different. I learn the best by actually like using the features. When Claude updated to 4.7, I was frustrated with some of the stuff for a little while, but then I learned how to kind of work around the things that I didn't like about it. And I think now I really appreciate the new 4.7 much more than 4.6, especially for doing research and strategy. Push to GitHub if I haven't already. So now I'm thinking try out the... Oh, they're all locked. I was gonna go to level 9 and level 10. I think there are some things to do with those. So I'll start a new terminal. So, I see what you're saying. The Frontier harnesses, seems like 10 new features ship each day, and it's super hard to keep up with it. And I hear what you're saying, and especially when I first started, it just was like, seemed super overwhelming. even trying to keep up with it all. I just had to like learn the basics first. Once I learned the basics, then when those new updates came out, they didn't seem so like overwhelming at all, because then I understood that most of them really weren't doing that much. And then I can easily notice when something's like a big deal, but I feel like a lot of them are just like maybe even things that I was kind of doing anyway, just like it was like one extra step. But it's definitely less and less overwhelming to me the more I learn. And I totally feel like I'm like right on the verge of being like caught up to where things are right now, which I thought would take a lot longer. But at the same time, like, you know, I kind of didn't really like try to like guess too much how long it would take to learn this. I kind of felt like, you know, I should learn it within a year, and I'm already like feeling like I'm caught up after like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. So definitely feeling good about where I'm at, knowing that there's still so much I want to implement and build and get better. The next step I really want to get into is the automated agents. Alright, so I think that there's an issue with levels 9 and 10 of the Investor's Edge skill tree game. I do not have those unlocked right now in my browser. I would have to play through all levels like 1 through 8 to get them unlocked. So I don't know if, you know, I can't manually test them unless I do all that. If there's a way for you to unlock them in my browser or in my dev server right now, localhost, I guess you could do that and I could check it out. Also, if you can check them out and see if you can find any issues. I don't know why I was saying they weren't finished before. Maybe they just weren't unlocked. Let me know what you find. Alright, this music's gotta go. So I'm watching it test these levels. And the main thing I'm seeing is the chart itself. It just doesn't look realistic. So it'll be interesting to see if Claude picks up on that. Because I know that was an issue with other levels. But the main issues that were caught in regards to like the data matching the questions and the answers, those look fine. Definitely, definitely good playlist. And it's not all like one list, like I'm switching between channels. "555" is a Thai meme for laughing. I did not know that. I know, I don't know what you would call it, like 555 represents like, I think like you're on the right path or something like that. I'll look that one up actually. I would like to check out Thailand one day for sure. 555 is major life changes and positive transformations on the horizon. It's a good number. Welcome to the chat, Jobby D. Hope you're doing good. Built a new feature today on the free tier of Stackivate, the allocation lab. very much proud of it. I think it offers a ton of value. And it helps people see more of the value of joining the paid tier. Welcome to the chat, BRN. So I'm working on the Stackivate. Looks like you're in Twitch. Stackivate.com if you want to look it up on Google. Otherwise, there's a link at Twitch. It's investing education platform with a focus on investing not being one size fits all. Investing being finding your own unique strategy that fits your personality, that you can learn over time and constantly make better. So basically the free tier is built in a way that anyone should be able to have education and tools on there that could get them for free understanding at like a base level of like kind of what their strategy is and feeling confident to start investing, getting some of the major pain points. Right now what I'm doing is in the free tier there's a game or like a quiz game kind of thing for understanding how to read charts, looking at like, you know, when to buy using different indicators. And usually that kind of stuff is like for traders, but this is for investing. So this is helping people get better at understanding like when it's a good time to buy and when it's maybe not. Doing their own analysis. You know, it's like buy low, sell high. But most people make the mistake. The biggest mistake people make is FOMO, fear of missing out, and they buy high. They wait till something's already starting to go up. It's already made the big move up, and then just the way people's brains work, then they buy it there, and then it crashes down, and then when they should be buying more, or else holding, waiting for this next cycle to play out, usually that's when they sell. So people usually do the opposite. So that's why I felt it was so important to include this this feature called the Investor's Edge. And it's just going over the last two levels, making sure everything is right. Main thing I see is some of the charts just don't look that realistic. But I'll see what Claude finds, what Claude thinks about it. Forward ever, backwards never.
It's been a long time in our history, yeah. We need a new chapter without misery. No misery.
Am I a coder turned vibe coder or a product person turned vibe coder? Product person turned vibe coder. I've been an entrepreneur for like, I don't know, about 15 years, and started many businesses, some successful, some not. And originally what got me into vibe coding was not building actual products, but building systems to help run and manage my businesses. And I had already been using AI a lot in the LLMs for creating content, marketing stuff. And then I discovered the vibe coding aspect of it. And little did I know when I first got into it, like I was planning on building some really simple tools. And the more I've vibe coded and got better at it, it's opened my eyes to really what's possible, and I'm seeing so much potential of a level I never even thought would be possible when I first started just a couple months ago. But definitely taking my time to try to understand code and learn it as I go. Yes, this journey has been great so far. I've been making a ton of progress. I really enjoy it. It was very complicated at the beginning, kind of stressful, but I mean, I just kept doing it and making a ton of progress. And I always like to hear about other projects people are working on. Definitely. If there's anything in particular you want me to check out, I can search for it. You can tell me the name. I can search for it on Google. And then I can check it out, let you know what I think. And then if you want to check out Stackivate, there's a link in the Twitch description. You can let me know what you think. That's always good feedback to make everything better. You've landed in Replit for a while. Then going into Claude Code. I was just doing some research on Replit. Can't remember exactly what. I think Replit was like its own kind of I don't know if it was a browser or like a desktop application, but I think it uses Claude Code if I'm correct, and Codex, maybe other ones too. But this just got done, and then I'm going to go in to double check what Replit was. So I am glad that you found all those things. I was watching the playwright go through on the screen and test every question on those levels, so I don't need to open the browser. I was able to see each question. And the main thing that I saw that I think you didn't pick up is the chart itself does not look very realistic. It's just like, mostly red candles on a downtrend for like way too long, and then just mostly green candles on an uptrend. It doesn't look like a realistic chart, and that same issue came up in some of the earlier levels that I was able to fix. So let's do all these fixes, and Let me know if you have any questions. Replit full stack dev, so you get hosting and deployment along with dev. Okay. I think if I remember correctly, it's just not as customizable, but I'm gonna check that again. I remember asking you about Replit before. Can you give me a quick basic rundown of it? I just look up so many different tools. I just wanted to remember what it was. AIGlidesign.co. Browser-based sandbox. Okay, yep, it lives inside a Google Chrome tab. Replit agent, yep, okay, I remember. Agent 3, yep. So pretty much like is like autopilot. Much more than like a Claude Code or a Codex if you're using them just on their own. And definitely the main thing I've heard from other people that I noticed too from the research is that it uses a lot more tokens. It costs more to use it. And also it's not going to have the best quality compared to like, you know, using Claude on its own. But it's a good start. I feel like it's a good way to kind of like learn it and get started. But I think you'll find that if you start using Claude or Codex or another like frontier model in an IDE, that you will get better quality and you will get better at vibe coding. And it should be cheaper. The main reason too is like this Replit, it can run in loops. And if you don't catch it right away, you can run up your bill pretty quick. Respect every time.
sonriendo, los ojos claros de cristal, pelo largo.
So what I'm thinking is it's about done with this audit or these fixes. And I think for now I'm gonna call it. It's been over 5 hours and I got a lot done today. Hope you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. Until the next time, I'll be coming through with something new. So you know what to do. Stay in tune to the station. In the place for regulation, vibe coding, information. And that's about it for today. I'm out.